be here over Zoom. And thank you very much, Reba, for inviting me, and to Riley Close for having me speak. It's really lovely to be here. And thank you for the kind introduction as well. So as I said, I have shared my source sheet on the chat. Anyone who wants to download it and keep it to use afterwards is welcome to, or I will also share my email address if you want to be in touch with it for it afterwards if you couldn't download it off the chat. I know in the past people have said they've had difficulties with it, so feel free to be in touch with me afterwards, but I will be sharing everything on my PowerPoint as well. I'd really love it if we could, I want this, it's always hard over Zoom, it's much better obviously being in person, but I'd love to hear from you, and if you want to type any questions or comments in the chat, I'll stop at various points, and I'd love to also hear from you and hear if you have any questions or input. It would be great to hear from you. So I've called the shir Megillat Esther, Lessons in Diaspora Survival. When Reba asked me to give the shir tonight, she said, well, because it's Adar Rishon, it's quite a while until Purim. So you don't have to talk about Purim, but I thought, Purim is just so amazing that why not talk about it for, 5 weeks before Purim comes. And I hope you'll be okay with the fact that we're talking about Megillah Esther and Purim to get into that Purim spirit, even though we have a bit longer before it actually comes. And the main question that I really want to ask is, why do we have to read the Megillah twice on Purim? Purim is a really busy day. I'm sure you...
Excuse me a minute. Excuse me. Your voice seems to get loud and then it seems to disappear a bit.
Okay. Do other people find that also?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. One moment.
You're not as loud as you should be.
No, I thought it was just me.
No, it's not.
No,
I've
thought
got
it might
my
be me.
speaker up high and you're not as
Okay.
loud as you should
Bear
be.
with me. I'm just going to try and find my headset to use.
It's
Sorry,
crackling. It's not level her voice. No. Shame.
Norma, okay?
Well, I don't know much about it, but okay.
Don't worry, we'll hear it. You don't need
Very sad. Yes.
What's very sad?
Well, because from Pamela about that.
Okay, I think
Let's try again.
I don't know. It's one of the problems. You put your headset down and you don't know where it goes. I think I'm going to tell me, can you hear me now well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to try not to move. I think it's to do with how close I am to the computer or not.
Correct.
So I'm just going to try not to move, which might be a bit difficult. And please just let me know if the sound
You
is
need to
fine.
keep your head up rather than down.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Okay, fine. So my question is, why do we have to read the Megillah twice on Purim? Purim's a really busy day. I'm sure you can all appreciate you're arranging your Mishloach Manot, you're preparing for your Purim Suda, you're maybe even delivering Mishloach Manot around Hendon. I know the streets get packed. Maybe you even have to go to Golders Green, which is really a disaster. You get stuck there for hours. And you also need to factor in that you're listening to the Megillah. You've heard it the night before. Why do we need to hear it again on Purim morning? I don't know.
Good question. I've also wondered that.
Okay, so there's a number of different answers. And the answer that I want to try and focus in on is that there's a really important lesson for us to learn even today in 2022 from the Megillah. And it's from the actual wording of the Megillah. A 2-minute summary is not going to cut it. We need to hear the actual wording of the Megillah, the way it was written back in the time of the story. We believe that Esther and Mordechai wrote it down, and they wrote it in a certain way to teach us lessons. So that's why we have to hear it word for word twice on Purim, to teach us something. And I'm going to try and share with you, there's numerous messages and lessons that we can take from the Megillah. I'm going to try and share one unique idea tonight with you, And this isn't to discredit or discount all the other answers you may have heard before. So I'm going to share my screen with you just so you can see. So I've put I'll put this again at the end with my email address so that you have it. But the way we're going to answer this together this evening is there's 3 sections to my share, what we're going to cover. We're going to try and understand the messages of the Megillah for us living in the diaspora, which is why it's really important to us in 2022, still living the majority of the Jewish people in the diaspora, how to survive in the diaspora. And to do this, we're going to compare the story of Esther in the Purim story to another tale of diaspora success. I should have asked you this to guess before I put it on the slide. It's too late now, I realize. We're going to look at the story of Yosef. Joseph, he rose to greatness in Egypt, the second in command to Paro. And he was really successful in the diaspora. And there's a link between Esther and Yosef. So today we're going to be comparing the Purim story to the story of Yosef. So part 1 is going to be looking at a specific midrash that compares these two. Then in section 2, we're going to look at further links between Esther and Yosef that aren't based on the words of our sages in the midrash. And then thirdly, we're going to look at the relevance to today and what message we can take with it into our life. So that's the summary of what we're going to cover today, this evening. So let's begin. Part 1. What is the link between Esther and Yosef? So they are both from the children of Rachel. They're called in Chazal Bnei Shel Rachel. What do I mean by this? Yaakov had 4 wives, and the 12 tribes came from these 4 wives. And Rachel, his favorite and most loved wife, had only 2 sons, Yosef and Binyamin. And there's something special and unique about these children of Rachel. And both obviously Yosef is the son of Rachel, but also Esther is a descendant of from the tribe of Binyamin. And these people, they're connected. There's other famous people in our history. Yehoshua was also called from the children of Rachel, and Shaul, King Saul. Anyone who might be following the Daf HaShavua articles that I'm writing at the moment, that I know get distributed in Raleigh Close every Shabbat, I'm writing a series on the book of Samuel, Sefer Shmuel, and we've been looking a lot about King Saul, Shaul HaMelech, and his whole story. So he is a descendant of Rachel, and a lot of the traits we're going to talk about, he also had. But that's really a story and a share for another time, but I just thought it was interesting for you to see that link. So we have here in this midrash from Bereshit Rabbah. We're not going to read the whole midrash inside. I just want you, if I get my pointer, gosh, it's a while since I've taught on Zoom. There was back in the days of lockdown, I did this daily at school for my school as well. I teach in Menorah High. So I've got my spotlight here now, so you can see what I'm pointing at. Here in bold, it says, Bnei Shel Rachel, the children of Rachel, all of her descendants, Nisan Shaveh, Gdulatan Shaveh. Their tests were equal and their greatness was equal, meaning they had similar tests and trials, but they also had similar successes. They overcame these tests in a similar way, the descendants of Rachel. So what does this mean? Now, the Midrash here goes through lots of examples. I've tried to make it more user-friendly and I've put it into charts. So what I'm going to show you on the following slides it's basically the wording of the Midrash, but just put into a chart format with color coding to make it all nice and easy for you. So what do I mean? I'm going to show you the different ideas that are similar in the Midrash. So firstly, it says that they both faced great tests and they withstood them. What does that mean? So let's begin with the story of Yosef. Hopefully everyone here knows what happened to Yosef. Just quickly in a summary, he's the favorite son of his father, and the brothers are very jealous and they sell him into slavery, and he ends up being a slave to Potiphar in Mitzrayim, in Egypt. And so there's a number of trials obviously faced along the way there. But one of the main trials of Yosef is that he is in the house of Potiphar, and what happens? He's very handsome, he's a good-looking boy, and Eshet Potiphar, Potiphar's wife, wants to seduce him. And you've got this young boy with a real temptation, a married woman is really offering herself to him, and he has to try, and we know he says no, he doesn't fall to that temptation. And as a result, she tells tales, basically tells Potiphar that he abused her, and Potiphar throws him into jail. And this is when Yosef hits rock bottom, he's in jail. We'll come back to what happens next with him later. How do we see the wording there? In Genesis chapter 39, we see here that, and it's where I'm pointing on the screen, Vihi kadabra el Yosef yom yom. And it was that she spoke to Yosef day after day. It wasn't just a one-off. Day after day, she was tempting him, come be with me. And how did he respond? V'lo shama aleha. He did not listen to her. Every day, lishkavet laliyotima. He didn't want to be with her. He withstood the temptation to have relations with this woman who was offering herself to him on a daily basis. We see the exact same wording in the text in Megillah Esther. If we look over to the left-hand side of the screen, in Esther chapter 3, we see that Mordechai, who is related to Esther, so also a descendant of Rachel, he is also tested. How is he tested? Haman wants everyone to bow down to him. And we know that Mordechai says, I'm not going to bow down to him. And it says there in the Megillah in chapter 3, verse 4, yom v'yom. And it was that they said to him day after day, Haman's servants on a daily basis were saying, bow down, bow down. And what does he say? How is it written? V'lo shama aleihem. And he doesn't listen to them. On a daily basis, he refuses to bow down to Haman. It's not a coincidence that exact same words are used. I've put them in the same colors for you to see the comparison. I just also want to add, this isn't in the Midrash, but I also saw the wording of Chol Yom V'Yom and on every day after day, somewhere else in Esther. As another test that Esther and Mordechai are facing, what happens? Esther is taken to marry Achashverosh. And Mordechai, whether he's, however we want to understand it, a close relative, an uncle, or married, they're very close, and she's taken away from him, and he doesn't know. There's no phones, there's no communication, and they're not in touch. And Mordechai, b'chol yom v'yom, every day, what did he do? Mordechai metalech lifnei chatzer beit hanashim. He would walk outside the courtyard, up and down, every day, just to hear news. Is Esther okay? I think that also hints to the other trial that they faced of not being together. So that's my addition here to the Midrash. So we see that both in the story of Esther and in the story of Yosef, they're facing great trials, but they both rise to greatness. What do we mean here? So quickly, in the story of Yosef, after he is taken out of jail because Paro has these dreams that need interpreting, Yosef is brought before Paro and interprets the dreams, saying you need to get through the years of plenty and then to save up all the grain to survive the years of famine. And Paro is so pleased. What does he do? He makes Yosef second in command of Egypt. This is really from 0 to 100 in space of an hour. He's from rock bottom in jail, languishing away in jail, not sure if he's ever going to see the light of day again. And all of a sudden, here he is being given the position of viceroy in Egypt, second in command to Paro. And the text writes in Bereshit, in chapter 41, Paro et tabato, and Paro took off his ring and gave it to Yosef. That's a sign of giving him this position of greatness. Likewise, right at the end of the Purim story, what happens? Achashverosh, the king of Persia, gives his ring to Mordechai to put Mordechai in Haman's position, essentially to be like the prime minister, the second in command of the Persian Empire. And we see the same expression, that the king took off his ring, Okay, so we see that they both rise to greatness, and as well as being faced with trials. And then the final thing that the Midrash says, and I'm not going to read these sources inside, they're both dressed in finery and paraded around on a horse. Okay, that's written here in Bereshit chapter 41. Verses 42 and 43, that Yosef is dressed in fine clothes with gold jewelry, and he's paraded around to show everyone how much he is honored. And similarly, we know this is all part of the Purim story of the Nahafochu, right? That Haman wants himself to be paraded around in the king's clothes, but what actually happens? It's what happens to Mordechai instead. And he's dressed in the king's clothes and paraded around on the king's horse. So they're both, again, that happens to both of them. And it's quite unique. This doesn't happen to everyone by a non-Jewish king. You know, it's actually quite a story of diaspora success that they're treated in this way outside of Israel. So to summarize what we've said so far, the summary of part one, that there's clear linguistic links between the characters of Yosef and Esther and Mordechai. They're both faced with great trials, they withstand those trials, they both rise to greatness, and they're both dressed in fine clothes and paraded around on a horse. Now, the most important thing is that when there are so many linguistic links between two stories, it's for a reason, and it implies that there are other links here going on. You know, it's not a coincidence. We don't believe anything in Tanakh is a coincidence. Every word is for a reason. Every extra letter, missing letter, you know, it's all there for a reason. I try to teach my English literature pupils this the whole time and impress upon them, you know, that when they're looking at Shakespeare's poetry or whatever it is, everything is there for a reason. We have to ask ourselves, what is the poet or the writer trying to tell us? So lahavdil, this is really how we should be learning Tanakh as well, that every word is there to teach us something. So are there any questions or comments up until now? Okay, so I'll continue on to part two. I want to show you now two extra links between the stories of Purim and Yosef. This is no longer in the Midrash, okay? This is you know, other links we can see from their stories. They both are taken to foreign environments against their will. Okay, so what do I mean by this? Let's begin again with Yosef. Okay, as I already mentioned, Yosef is sold into slavery by his brothers. Of course, he doesn't want to go. He wants to stay where it's nice and comfortable in his father's house, where he's loved as the favorite child. But instead we see in Genesis chapter 37 in Bereshit, V'im karu et Yosef, they sold Yosef to the passing traders, and he is taken down to Egypt. He doesn't want to be there, okay? It's certainly not his choice. And where is this place that he finds himself in Egypt? Well, we know this is definitely a foreign environment, the opposite of Torah as we could get. You know, Paro, the king of Egypt, sees himself as a god. We know from Midrashim elsewhere in the book of Bereshit, the book of Shemot, that Paro used to use the Nile for his bodily functions because he didn't want people to know that he was human and needed to do his business. He would hide because he wanted to pretend, he believed he was a god. So, you know, definitely not Torah values or beliefs. And just to link it to my sort of English literature background, one of the poems that you may have come across, Ozymandias, by the 19th century English poet Shelley, he sort of summarizes the arrogance of the Egyptian kings here. My name is Ozymandias, king of kings. Look on my works, he mighty in despair. Nothing beside remains. The belief that the king of Egypt is a god was very much entrenched in the environment that Yosef is in, and very different to where he's come from, living in the house of Yaakov. Okay, so we certainly see that Yosef is taken against his will to a totally foreign environment. And the same happens to Esther. She is married against her will. I have to say, I was reading an article this week about Esther, and it was saying that it was her choice, and she went to Achashverosh. She chose to be married to him and chose to take part in this beauty contest. I have to say that the evidence in the Megillah goes strongly against that, at the beginning at least. We know the story. Achashverosh was not happy with his first wife Vashti, and she was removed from the palace, and the search was on for a new queen. And we see in the second chapter of Megillah Esther that it says, Dvar HaMelech v'dato. There was a king's order and an edict to assemble all the girls in Shushan. And that pasuk continues, if you look here in the purple, V'tilakach Esther el Beit HaMelech. Esther was taken to the king's palace. She didn't go voluntarily. She was taken, and actually the Targum, the Aramaic translation of the Megillah, uses the word be'unsa. Honest in modern Hebrew means assault, rape. She was taken against her will. She was forced. It was not a choice. And the Malbim explains, one of the famous commentators explains here, why is it repeated, Dvar HaMelech v'dato? Why is there an edict and an order? Because at first they just asked for the girls to come, but not enough were coming. So then they put out an edict on pain of death. There was a death penalty on any family who held back their daughters from being taken to the palace to be offered up to be the next queen. It was not a choice. They had to do this. Okay, they were forced to. And I think that's really important for us to remember when we're reading this story. There was a lot of pain and a lot of suffering that Esther went through when she was taken against her will to be the next queen of Persia.
Why is that such a burden?
Well, she's being forced into marriage to someone that she doesn't want to marry.
Yes, but I mean, don't you think that a lot of women would have liked to become queen?
Maybe. It's a good point. Maybe. We don't know. So I was about to say that we don't hear from Esther. You're right. We don't hear a complaint. We don't hear her complain. It's not recorded in the Megillah. It doesn't mean she didn't complain, but it's not written down that she did. But likewise, we also don't hear her say, how amazing is this? So it's hard to know. Look, the Midrashim Chazal tell us that she was married to Mordechai. She was taken to marry another man when she was already married. And it's quite complicated then what that meant about her relationship with Mordechai. Was she allowed to remain married to him when she was taken in marriage to another man? It's complicated. I don't want to get into it. But if we understand Esther to have been like a good, frum Jewish girl, which a lot of sources do imply that she was, then it must have been very hard for her to be taken against her family. She was told, don't tell anyone you're Jewish, right? Mordechai says, hide your Jewish identity. She's taken away from everything she knows, her family, her environment, keeping Torah, and she's put into this totally foreign environment. The Persians believed in, they certainly followed paganist religions, definitely didn't uphold the monotheistic religion of Judaism. And it's incredibly wealthy, you're right. So that, I think, is where your question's coming from. Well, look at the luxury, look at the wealth. If you look at
sorry, can I stop you here? Because you're talking about Esther. So in her case, it was obviously different, but you're saying that not enough women came forward. That's what I'm questioning. Why didn't a lot of other women come forward? You said they were forced,
Because okay, it's a good question. I see. I don't know enough to answer that question about how ancient Persia actually worked, but I imagine it wasn't quite like being Kate Middleton, the way we see being a princess of a royal family today is. It wasn't like that. I think there was a whole harem of women, and the king could choose whoever he wanted. I don't think she had such special status. it's difficult. I don't know enough about Persia 2,000 years ago, but I hope you understand that there's a complexity here. What we think of being part of a royal family is perhaps not exactly the way it was for the women back then. Okay, does that answer enough?
Yeah.
But it's a good question. Sorry.
Have we any idea how old Esther was?
That's a really good question. I'm not sure. I always imagine her as being fairly young, whether that's because that's just what I imagine as opposed to that actually being a source to it. I don't know the answer to the question. It's a really good question. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I mean, just curiosity. It just came to my mind now listening to the share.
Yeah, so we're told that she was married, but there's never any mention of children. So does that mean she was a fairly young married woman? I don't know.
She must have been very young. I don't think the king would have gone for her if she wasn't.
Possibly, yes. It's another good question. I'm not sure.
But can I just
Excuse me, how do we know that Esther was married to
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, sorry, I'm going to stop.
How do we know that Esther was married to, that's me, sorry.
Oh yeah, I can't see who's talking.
Me.
Oh, hi, okay.
How do we know that Esther was married to Mordecai? Wasn't he her uncle?
Okay, so there's, in the actual text of the Megillah, it says he's her uncle, and that he sort of adopts her because she's an orphan. There are midrashim and sources in the Gemara that say they were married as well. Look, you can marry your niece. It's not a halachic issue to marry, to marry for an uncle and niece to marry. It might feel weird to us today in the 21st century, but I'm not even sure it's illegal. I don't know. Certainly you can marry your first cousin still today. You're right, it's not in the actual text of the Megillah, but there are midrashic sources that say they were married. And as I said, there's a whole discussion about what that meant about that marriage once she has married another man. But I very much don't want to go down that route anymore, because that's not what I plan to talk about, although they are all really fascinating questions. And you're welcome to be in touch with me afterwards if you want to.
No, it's okay. I just, maybe it just looked better if he was going to look after her after her parents died. Maybe it just looked better if he was married to her. Maybe. I do believe that they, okay, again, no, I'm not. I do believe that they did sort of really care about each other and love each other. You could see almost from the Megillah, the respect that they have for one another, the way they communicate. I do think there is a depth of feeling there. But anyway, let's continue with what I wanted to talk about. So we're saying, to go back to the link between Esther and Yosef, Yosef was taken against his will to a totally foreign environment, and likewise Esther was taken against her will to be married into this really foreign environment as well. And just to highlight, what do we mean by foreign environment here in Persia? So if you read the beginning of the Megillah, it tells you, first of all, the wealth and the materialism from the description of Ahasuerus's party. It's just outstanding and staggering what the banquet went on for days and days, and the description of how beautiful the palace was. It's really quite mind-boggling. And also the maidens, the young girls, were prepared for 12 months. So this beauty contest, the preparation was 12 months, according to the Megillah, 6 months with oil, 6 months being, anointed with perfumes and cosmetics. Really, it was quite extensive, the preparation. So this is the materialistic world that Esther now finds herself in, and very not really, I'm not saying that we aren't allowed to enjoy materialism and the world and so on, but I think there's a yesh gvul, right? There's a line, and perhaps Persia has gone over it. So again, she's very much taken against her will to this foreign environment. The next comparison that I wanted to make between Esther and Yosef is that they are both
despite being taken against their will to these foreign environments, they both stay true and strong to Torah. Now, let's begin with Yosef again, because he's more straightforward. I see there might be some questions about Esther. But Yosef, how do I know this? So on Friday night, before Kiddush, we bless our children. I don't know if any of you have ever wondered this. We bless our daughters to be like Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, and Leah. Who do we bless our sons like to be like?
Ephraim and
Monash.
Who were Yosef's sons. Now, again, a good question is, well, why are we blessing them to be like the sons of Yosef? Why not the Avot, Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, to contrast to the Imahot that we bless our daughters to be like? So again, there's a lot of answers to this question. The answer I want to suggest with you that Rav Hirsch from Germany in the 1800s, Rav Hirsch explains, why do we bless our sons to be like Ephraim and Monash? Because they stayed true to Torah in a foreign environment. They were the first ones to be surrounded by non-Jewish values and still stay true to Torah. The other tribes, Yosef's brothers, were, you know, their children were growing up with their grandfather Yaakov, and they were surrounded by other, you know, Torah observant Jews. But Yosef and his sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, who were they growing up around? You know, they were in the palace of Paro and living with Egyptian noblemen and dignitaries, yet they still stayed true to Torah, and that's hard. Okay, I want to just take a pause to share a story. A couple of years ago, my parents live in Cornwall. They retired to the seaside, and a couple of years ago we went to visit. Exactly nearly 2 years ago, February half term, we went. Now, February half term is not a great time to go to Cornwall. It's raining and it's cold. And nevertheless, we wanted to go out, and we went for a walk in this quaint seaside village. And it was pouring with rain, and it really was cold. And we sought refuge in a cafe, and for a hot drink. And my daughter, bless her, was looking around enviously, eyeing up everyone else's cakes and pastries. And I felt a bit bad for her. I explained to her, darling, we can't eat it. It's not kosher. You know, you can have a carton of juice, but the food's not kosher. And I said, you know, maybe there's some ice cream, because often in these cafes you can find some ice cream from the KLBD list. Silly me making the mistake of mentioning the word ice cream before checking that they actually had any. And lo and behold, there was nothing in this cafe that was on the KLBD list. By now, my daughter was really upset. So I volunteered my husband to go around the high street looking perhaps if there was another shop that would have a kosher ice cream in it, while I stayed in the warmth with my baby and my parents, very conveniently. Anyway, so bless him, my husband Joey went with our daughter from shop to shop. Finally, they at last found something, and she was happy. And never mind that it happened to be a big block of Viennetta ice cream that we had to sort of cut up. We had to really be creative and improvise with cutting it up, and we all got very cold when we were already very cold. But never mind, my daughter was happy. We found something. What am I really getting at? Obviously, this is an incredibly trivial story, but it highlights the difficulties of diaspora life. And of course, Yosef and his sons, they didn't have the KLBD app telling them what was kosher on their smartphone. We were the only Jew in the village in Cornwall. They were the only Jew in the whole country of Egypt, right? And yet Yosef was able to raise his sons in being Torah observant Jews. And that is why we bless our sons on a Friday night to be like Ephraim and Manasseh, because we're praying, we're hoping that our sons can also have that strength to remain strong with their Judaism, even in a foreign environment. And in Esther, we also see similarly, as I've already explained, she was alone in a paganistic environment, the only Jew. She was a secret Jew. She didn't tell them that she was Jewish. Yet she remain true to Torah. And by the way, it's even harder for her because she wasn't just like a servant. She was the queen. People were watching her every move. She had to pretend to uphold the values that the Persian Empire were upholding. And so I can see perhaps you're going to ask, how do we know this? Where does this come from that she stays a Torah observant Jew in this environment? So there's chapter 22 of Tehillim is said to have been written by Esther. And that chapter begins as follows: Keli, Keli, lama azavtani. My God, why have you abandoned me? We feel Esther's pain and her agony that she feels even as if she's been exiled by being put into this position, being married to Achashverosh in this palace. Okay, and it's quite a beautiful chapter of Tehillim, but I just want to share with you a midrash that's written about it. I just put it in English here to make it easier. This midrash questions, why does it say the words Keli, my God, 3 times at the beginning of the chapter of Tehillim? And if we just look here at the yellow highlighted bit, why did Esther say my God 3 times? Because Esther was implying to the Holy One, blessed is he, Master of the universe, 3 commandments you gave me: Nida, keeping the laws of family purity; Chala, separating Hafrashat Chala, when we make Chala; and lighting Shabbat candles. These are what we call the 3 women's mitzvot. So Esther's saying to God, you gave me 3 mitzvot. That's why Keli, my God, is repeated 3 times to hint to these 3 mitzvot. And even though I'm in the house of this wicked man, Achashverosh, have I transgressed any one of them? So the Midrash is implying, based on this chapter of Tehillim, that Esther, even when she was married to Achashverosh and was the queen of Persia, she was keeping these 3 fundamental mitzvot that God gave women. Now, please don't ask me logistically how this worked when she was a secret Jew. No one knew she was Jewish, so how could she light Shabbat candles? You know, maybe it was like the Moranos in Spain that would light their Shabbat candles in a closed cupboard. I don't know logistically or practically what this meant. There's also a nuance sometimes to learning Midrash. It doesn't always mean this was literally the historical fact of what happened, but maybe she tried her hardest, or she kept other mitzvot, or she learned about it and that equaled her keeping it. I really don't know, and I'm not going to suggest answers to whether she really was able to go to the mikveh every month when she was in the Persian palace. But needless to say, this Midrash is implying that Esther tried and she stayed true to Torah and she was connected to God and her Judaism even when she was married to Achashverosh and living in the Persian palace. And of course, how else do we know that she stayed true to her Judaism? She risks her life. At the end of the day, she goes to Achashverosh without being invited and risks her life in order to plea and ask for the lives of the Jewish people. So that obviously also shows that she stays true to her Jewish identity. So to summarize, what I've tried to say so far is that Esther and Mordechai linked to Yosef, as all the children of Rachel have specific traits. We saw the 3 traits of the Midrash, that they're faced with trials, they withstand them, they rise to greatness, and they're paraded on a horse in fine clothes. But we also saw 2 added links, that they're both exiled to foreign environments, and they stay true to Torah even in that foreign environment. So why is this relevant today? Let's try and get to this is our final, the final question and the final session of what I want to talk about. Yes, is there a question? Sorry? Okay, no question. Fine. The final link between the children of Rachel is that they are all beautiful. If you look closely in Tanakh, in the Bible, the phrases Yafat Toa or Tovat Mar'eh, handsome, beautiful, shapely, however you want to translate them, are used to describe the children of Rachel. Yosef, we know, is handsome. It says that here, Bereshit chapter 39, verse 6, Yafat Toa v'Yafat Mar'eh, he was well built and handsome. Rachel was herself beautiful, remember? That's why Yaakov wanted to marry her. Esther was clearly beautiful, otherwise she wouldn't have been handpicked from all the maidens of the entire Persian Empire. And she is again described with a similar expression that I've highlighted here on the screen in orange. There are other people described as beautiful, the children of Rachel beautiful. And Yael Ziegler says it's not just beauty, but charisma, charm. They had the ability to get things the way they wanted. How do we see this with Yosef? He charms Potiphar and rises up high from a lowly slave to a high position. He charms the guards in jail. We see when he's thrown into jail, he has a way of talking to everyone. They all like him. Yosef gets through life on top. That's why his brothers are so jealous of him, perhaps. But it's not just beauty, but also charm and charisma. So like with any God-given gift, let me, hold on. Like with any God-given gift, that it can be for the good and for the bad. And I'm sure you can all see the dangers in having excessive beauty. It can be dangerous. You can become arrogant. It can go to your head. Yosef misuses it. If we think Rashi says this in the book of Bereshit, he brings midrashim that say that Yosef was childish and he preened himself. He was quite vain is the word I'm looking for. We see how I've put it here on the screen. He fixed his hair, he touched up his eyes so that he would appear handsome. Okay. He was young when he was doing this. We're not necessarily criticizing for him. He misunderstood the beauty that God had given him. And to the extent that if you look at this Rashi on Bereshit 39:6, what does the Midrash say? That after he's in the house of Potiphar, he's been sold and he's not with his father, he's preening to the extent that God said to him, here, your father is in mourning for you and you're here curling your hair. I'm going to incite the bear against you. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Who is the bear? Immediately afterwards, his master's wife lifted up her eyes. God sends Eshet Potiphar to test Yosef, to teach him that the beauty is not just beauty in and of itself. Beauty was there for a higher purpose. What was this higher purpose? And then Yosef, later on, he realizes this. Yosef, when he's in jail, we see he really grows up. He grows up, he realizes that he has time to really reflect and think, and he realizes, wait, God gave me these traits for a reason. And when he comes out and he's given a chance to stand before Pharaoh and interpret his dreams, he doesn't show arrogance, he doesn't show, yes, it's all me. He says, what? God will interpret your dreams. And that's a really powerful moment, one of my favorite moments in the whole Tanakh, which again I have a whole share on for another time. But Yosef, he realizes that the beauty is there for a purpose, and so too with Esther. I'm just going to stop screen sharing for a moment. So too with Esther. Just to summarize quickly, Esther realizes she's in the palace where everyone cares about your looks. We've already talked about that. And what does she hear? When Haman makes his evil decree to kill the Jews, she hears that Mordechai is sitting outside the palace in sackcloth and ashes. And she sends him clothes because she says, Mordechai, you can't be seen dressed like that. It's all about the external appearance. It's all about the beauty. What are you doing? You're going to endanger yourself and me too in the process. And Mordechai says, no, I'm not putting on these clothes because there are things that are more important than beauty. And that's where he says to her, it's for those chilling words that we hear every year and still send chills down my spine. Who knows, Esther, if it's for this you came to Malchut. This is the reason you became queen. If you don't want to stand up for your people now, fine, God will still save the Jewish people. But this was the reason you were made queen. Use your beauty to save the Jewish people. Okay, that's the message there. And she realizes it. She goes and what does the next? We don't hear a response from Esther. Instead, I'll just show you quickly. This is the last source I'm going to show you. What does she do here? Esther chapter 5, verse 1. On the third day, Esther put on royal clothing. She tells everyone to fast and daven for 3 days for her. And then she goes, v'tilabash b'malchut. She goes dressed in royalty with her beautiful clothes, with her jewelry. She adorns herself, but not just for the sake of looking pretty, for the sake of saving the Jewish people. She now understands how to use her beauty to save her people for a higher purpose. So the idea is here that these people, how does she survive in the diaspora? How do Yosef and Esther manage to rise and survive? Why are these tales of diaspora success? Because they have this charm, they have this charisma that's important in the diaspora world, but they understand not to get swayed by it for its own sake, but to use it for a higher purpose. And I think that this, I'd just like to summarize now with the last 2 minutes to say that, to conclude, our original question was, why do we need to read the Megillah word for word twice every year, even now, 2,000 years later in the 21st century? Because we're living in a diaspora world. We're living in a diaspora world where beauty and materialism is very important. And again, Torah does not tell us not to put on makeup and wear nice clothes and enjoy the beautiful world around us. No, God gave us this beautiful world to enjoy. But there's something else. We shouldn't only focus on beauty for the sake of beauty. We're not just hedonists, okay? And we're meant to see the higher purpose to everything around us too, to use it for holiness. And that is the idea here, but behind the stories of Yosef and Esther and the parallels between them. That we need diaspora leaders who have those skills, who have the charm, have the charisma, have the Torah observance, but know how to use them for the good. And that's what Yosef had to do and Esther had to do. What's the end goal here? God gave me these traits. How am I going to use them for the good? And hopefully that's a message we can take from Esther. I'd just like to finish with one final point. There's a midrash that says, that I now understand totally differently after hearing the shir, that I just want to end with. There's a midrash based on Yirmiyahu. The book of Jeremiah talks about Rachel being buried by the side of the road. Rachel, the matriarch of all the people we've just talked about, they all descended from Rachel. Rachel is buried by Beit Lechem, not in Hebron with all the other foremothers and forefathers. Why? So Jeremiah and a midrash says it's because as the Jewish people were exiled, they would go past Rachel's grave, and Rachel would daven to God and intercede on our behalf to say, you know, protect the Jewish people, bring them back to Israel. But now, after we've just read about how important the children of Rachel are as diaspora leaders, we can see that her role takes on an extra significance, that she was there saying, it will be okay because my children know how to lead you successfully through the diaspora. And the response is, don't worry, they will come back to Israel. And I just think it's very beautiful when we understand it in that context, that Rachel was really understanding the role that her children were going to take in our diaspora life. And so I hope as we listen to the Megillah twice this year, in between our delivering Mishlach Manot and getting stuck in traffic jams in Golders Green and Hendon and so on, please God, we can have a normal Purim this year, that hopefully we can also take on board these messages of how to act successfully in our diaspora life. So thank you very much for listening. I'm happy to take any questions. Also, my email learnwithpenina@gmail.com. If anyone wants to be in touch, I'll put it on the screen again. And also, I have a Instagram account. If anyone wants to share, sometimes I put short Torah videos on there as well.
Okay, has anybody got any questions? If anybody would like to ask, please feel free. That was really very fascinating. I learned a lot, I must say. No questions?
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
Norma?
I've got a question, Riva.
Okay.
When we go and listen to the Megillah, it's done so quickly that
Yeah.
I don't think we can concentrate on what it says. We're just concentrating on not losing our place.
You're absolutely
And
right.
when you say it's read twice, but it's read twice at such a speed that
Yeah, it's yeah. Well, there might be some people that read it slower. Sometimes there are slower readings. Maybe later in the day they read it slower because people aren't rushing off to work. You know, people who are going to work need to hear it really quickly. But there's nothing to stop you picking up a Chumash or a Tanakh at home. Most Chumashim have the Megillah at the back. You can read it through at your own pace in English, maybe. And I have to say, I just want to say I'm reading a really fascinating book that also, I don't know if anyone's ever come across Erica Brown. She's written a fabulous book on Esther. And it also talks a lot about this idea of it being a diaspora tale. You know, it's the only book of Tanakh that's set entirely outside of Israel. Well, Daniel as well, but okay, it's one of the only. So anyone who has questions and wants to hear more, I do recommend this book, and that can allow you some insight when you're, you know, in the run-up.
I must say, I always feel I want to read the English when I go home, but of course I never do.
Yes, it's busy. Well, that's why, look, we've got extra time. It's a leap year. You've got an extra
That's true.
months to prepare for Purim. So maybe that's why it's nice we had this year early, so you've got longer to think about it.
That's definitely no question. Okay, Norma, if you're still with us, would you like to propose a vote of thanks? Thank you. She's still here. Norma? I think, no, she must, are you there? No, she's not. Okay. Okay, well, in that case, I'll take over that pleasure. Penina, thank you so much. It was the most interesting shir I've heard for a while. I really, really enjoyed it and I learned a lot. I must say, I have never heard that Mordechai had married Esther. That's the first time. I'd heard he was her uncle, I heard he was her cousin, but I didn't realize they'd actually got married. So if that's the fact, that's a new thing I've learned tonight, if nothing else. And I enjoyed what you said about Ephraim and Monash. I will tell my grandchildren tomorrow night exactly what the reason for that, why they say it now. I've learned something new. Thank you very much for giving us a lovely share. And please God, I hope we'll be able to ask you again in the future. And on behalf of us all, a big shkoyach. Thank you very much. And thank you everybody for joining us tonight. It's lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
I'm still puzzled by Mordechai marrying Esther, because it says actually that he adopted her as his daughter. So it would be an incestuous marriage.
It was different in those days.
So
one of the explanations.
One of the quick answers I can give you is that it was very common in those days to take on a ward. Even if you think back 500 years in England, you know, they would take on someone as a ward, and then when they grew up and came of age ready to be married, they would maybe marry them. It wasn't uncommon at all, and it wasn't seen as strange. Again, it's hard sometimes when we look at these ancient stories with our modern sensibilities. But again, it's not clear cut that they actually did get married. It's a midrash. So anyway, so maybe that can be your next, you can ask your next speaker to talk all about that, a whole show.
No, it was a fascinating, I am always amazed how with every year one learns something new about the Megillah you've read since childhood.
Yeah.
You know, you look at every Sedra, you look at every Megillah, and there's always something new to learn. So I thank you very much. You have really enlightened me, or enlightened all of us.
Absolutely, yeah. I would say that without question.
Thank you very, very
Thank-
much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Anybody
Yeah.
wants
By
to
the
say
way,
anything?
ladies, I don't know if you know, they're going to be working on Green Lane, Sharhole Lane, Brent Street on Purim. So
Oh.
it's even going to be more chaotic going between Golders Green and Hendon.
Yeah,
What
not
do you mean
Sunday.
they're going to be working?
They are
The traffic
replacing the
roads work.
traffic lights at that junction for 6 weeks from Monday, the 14th of February.
Till the 25th
Which
of
traffic
March.
lights are you talking about?
The Green Lane, Brent Street, Sharhole Lane junction.
Oh my goodness
one.
me. Right, okay.
Yeah, it's
Thanks
going
for
You
to
have
letting
been
me know.
warned.
Thank
did-
you.
I
We'll have
wrote to
go-
Transport
we'll have
for
to go
London
the
and
other
told
way.
them.
You'll have to go
Yeah.
along the North Circular Road.
Maybe we'll have to deliver Mashlach Manot when I die with show.
Yes.
It's too
probably.
late. They'll have started next week when it's perfect.
Okay.
It's going on till March the 25th. It's going to be a long time doing it.
Oh boy.
Okay, well, thanks for
Traffic
letting
lights.
us know. I wouldn't have known that.
No, we've got a letter about it through our doors. That's why we
Yeah.
know. Yeah,
No, I haven't had the letter yet.
you're too far away. That's why they don't think it bothers you.
Well, thanks for letting me know.
Okay.
Well
Thank
done
you
again.
so much,
Thank you.
Penina. It was very, very
Bye-bye.
interesting. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Thank
Bye.
you. Nice to see you
Everybody.
all.
Nice to see everybody. Take care.
Right,
Thank
thank
you
you.
all.
Bye.
Thanks very much.
Mm.
Very good. Okay. All right, Rivka. Contact us. Hi, what happened to your fifth thing? Oh, yeah, and it didn't come back on. Yeah, I saw you. Yeah, I looked and I could see your name was there, so I thought you were still there. Yeah, sorry, it finished. Not me. Yeah. Twice. Yeah. Turn it off now and then turn it on in about an hour before you go to bed or something. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, do it before the exercise class begins. No, I know. Well, text him and ask him if he can pop in tomorrow. Oh, Friday morning. Oh, lovely. Oh, gosh, wow. Wasn't she lovely? Yeah, she was really lovely, actually. I must, yeah. I was thinking about asking Hillary, but you know what, yeah, no. It was very pleasant. It was a nice show, I must say. And Joey, now she did tell, I think he's working for a bank. At one time he was studying medicine, but she said he gave it up. Yeah, but he was very ill as a child. I always remember there was, I don't know what it was, but he was three girls. She's got 3 girls. Oh, Pamela had Pamela had 2 sons and a daughter. Yeah. Yes, they're all married. Their eldest son Ben went to live in Israel. He made Aliyah, and the youngest daughter, I heard now, thank God she's been married a long time, is expecting a baby. So that's lovely. I was asking Colin, he said Pamela knew. I said, I'm so happy. Yeah, he's on his own, but he said he was going back to Israel to stay with Ben. I don't know if he's still there or if he's not. I saw him in Shul a couple of, yes, but she doesn't know what day of the week it is. Oh, really? Yeah, honey, yeah, she was my Auntie Honey. I used to call her Auntie Honey. Yeah, it was successful. We didn't have so many people. I don't know what happened to that. Well, yeah, that was. Did she? Oh, well, so anyway, it was nice. Yeah, it was nice she popped in anyway, so. Yeah. No, it's strange. Yes. Well, who knows? I'm not an expert. I can't tell you. No. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it comes back. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. All right, loves. Monday afternoon, 2:00. I sent you all the details of the meeting. I put it on the Esther Kaling group. Yeah, good. Something else? I'm going to ring up that girl next week, Edith Ullman, and tell her she's won. Yeah, that was. And then I'll tell everybody at the meeting. I'll ring her on Monday or Sunday. So, yeah. No, I'll ring her on Sunday. Yeah. Or maybe I'll ring her tomorrow. I'll see how I go. Okay. All right, love. Bye. Night. Bye-bye. Gosh, this bar had to be. And she did send it out. Oh, good. It's all right for me to more people. What does that mean? Me. Mm. You. What is you? What size watch, isn't it? Said won't, didn't you? Oh, go to sleep, woman. Well, you're doing very well, aren't you? What's that is want? Here's a phone. Zavuv. What's Zavuv? A fly. Yes. What's Harak? Ship. Zavuv. Zavuv. Got the Hebrew. Can't do it. That's why I did write it in Hebrew. Hebrew. Oh, that's nice.
Third and final time.
Okay,
So we have this number,
45.
which is again
45.
You're happy with this?
Yes,
45. All right.
absolutely.
Okay. 45 is a randomly rolled number, and I will attempt to show you some dick brain calculations with the number 45. This is really difficult. All right. 10 and 17 is 27. Plus 10 is 37. Plus 8 is 45.
Yes.
Right? 3 and 15 is 18, plus 5 is 23, plus 22 is also 45. 2 13s are 26, plus 12 is 38, plus 7 is 45, and then 19 plus nothing plus 18 plus 8 is also 45, right? They all add up to 45. So that's the columns.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cross.
Bear with me. If we go along the top, we go along the rows, 10 and 3 is 13, are you with me? Plus
Yeah.
13 is 26,
26.
plus 19 is also 45. This works both ways. Do the next one. Do the next one for me. So 17 and 13 is 30.
30.
30. Plus 15
It's 45.
is also 45. 18 and 12 is 30, plus 5 is 35, plus 10 is 45. And here's the big finale. What's the day and month of your birth?
The 22nd of the 8th.
So 822. What was the year? 78?
78.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm pleased you said that because, yeah, I wrote it on the bottom. 8 plus 22 is 30, plus 7 is 37, plus 8 is 45. His birth date adds up to 45. Oh my God.
How old are you?
Thank you. And if you take a diagonal, bear with me. 8 and 12 is 20, plus 15 is 35, plus 10
No,
45. It's 45. This diagonal here, 8 and 5 is 13. 2 13s are 26, plus 19 is 45. If you take these four numbers here as a box, shut the front door. 17 and 3 is 20, plus 10 is 30, plus 15 is 45. They have up to 45, as do these four numbers here. 2 13 to 26, and 19 is 45. As do these four numbers here, James, as do these four numbers here, and as do the... No, they do. The four numbers in the middle, 15 and 5 is 20, plus 13, plus 12 is also 45. Look, as do pairs of numbers here, these two pairs of numbers here, and finally, if you take the four numbers on the corners, bear with me, 8 and 8 is 16, plus 10 is 26, plus 19 is also 45. They all add up to 45. Thank you so much.
wow. Oh. Wow. Not 50. Just enter.
Election celebrating and featuring great sausage rolls. I mean, you can't really see more of a juxtaposition.
Well, that is the image, isn't it? Anti-fashionista, anti-foodie.
But I think, like many of these things, we also need to understand that some of this isn't about being self-deprecating, some of this isn't about being ironic, some of this is because actually both of these have popular culture fans, and people will actually also quite like to get themselves embellished with that branding.
So who stands for the two brands to get most out of this?
It's been very challenging for both of them. Primark doesn't have an online presence, and they are doing everything they can to rally people back into store. They have a huge Birmingham flagship store. They've got lots of collaborations in there, including a Disney cafe, and that's where they're going to be hosting the Grace Cafe, where we sit on donut-looking seats and eat sausage rolls. And Grace have had a challenge because they too have been affected by the lack of footfall in high street and train stations. So it's a resurgence for both.
So what about the practicalities of it, if you like? The idea of going to a cafe and picking up your sausage rolls or donuts and then going to pick out.
How we actually transition to the point where people understand what their duty is. So, for example, how is this going to work within a hospital? How is it going to work within a care home? How are we going to recognise the risk, adequately advise people and keep people who are very vulnerable safe, rather than it coming across maybe as a little bit of another Freedom Day type announcement?
That is the world tonight. This is James Martin. I'll be back tomorrow at 10, but for now, from me and everyone on the programme, good night.
Studio direction on The World Tonight was by Darren Garrett. The editor was John Rich. This is BBC Radio 4 at 11 o'clock. We join Patrick Barber and Peter Curran for Bunk and Bed. Before that, in just a moment, our book at bedtime is Susanna Clarke's Pyrenees. That's next.
BBC Sounds.
Here at Peel Acres, it's tranquil, the birds are tweeting. You'd never expect that this peaceful house is actually home to the most extraordinary amount of noise in the world. I'm Tom Ravenscroft, and Peel Acres is home to the hundreds of thousands of records collected by my dad, John Peel. It's a collection I rarely get to spend much time with, but I felt it was time to start playing again.
There's so much music.
I'm joined by guests who are going to assist me to pick my way through records in search of undiscovered gems, as well as old stone cold classic. This was the collection, Peel Acres, only on BBC Sounds.
Well, our Radio 4 Samuel Henderson continues our reading of Susanna Clarke's award-winning novel, Pyrenees.
Journal entry for the 16th day of the 6th month of the year, the Army Trust came to the southwest of Wales. This morning, on top of the empty pen, set inside west of the wall of the other units was a small cardboard box. On the lid was a picture of an octopus and some orange writing. The writing said that aquarium. Inside, I found a pair of shoes made of canvas of a blue-green colour that reminded me of the tires of the southern halls. The rubber soles were thick and white, and they had white laces. Supposing that a lesser mind existed, why would I want to control it? I was in the 18th Western Hall and I noticed a scattering of white shapes lying on the pavement. They were pieces of torn paper with writing on them. The scraps knitted together perfectly, giving part of what appeared to be a page from a notebook. I thought I could make out the word capital. A line or two above, I thought I saw the word slave, a line or two below the phrase killer. The rest was completely impenetrable. The reference to a minor to intrigue. I found 47 pieces of paper, but when I tried to fit them all together, it became clear that many more were symbols. Herringold nests were perched on the shoulders of statues and granite plinths. Woven into the ramshackle nest was scraps of white paper. I considered what I ought to do. The herringolds would never permit me to dismantle the nest, and nor could I watch it. I must wait until they had abandoned the nests and the young would grow. Then I could come back and get all the missing pieces. The other wore a immaculate suit, a dark navy and a green white shirt. How are the shoes? Oh, excellent. Thank you. But what I value even more than the shoes themselves is the proof they give of our friendship. I consider the possession of such a friend as you to be one of the greatest happinesses of my life. I do my best, said the other. So tell me, how have you been getting on? I opened one of my stars and the other examined it carefully. Then he picked up the shining price of each lunch. Oh, I would go to his room and perform the ritual there. Obviously, it's much further into the labyrinth than I had been course. There are risks, but the rewards are potentially immense. As to that, I said, I have something to say. We must cease our search for the knowledge. We should abandon it straight away and establish a program of scientific research. The other covered his face with his hands and made a sort of groan. Oh, God, not this again, he said. Okay. This search that you and I are involved on is a truly great project, one of the most important in humanity's history. The knowledge we seek isn't something new. It's old, really old. Once upon a time, people possessed it and they used it to do great things, but they abandoned it for the sake of something they call progress. And it's up to us to get it back. We're not doing this for ourselves, we're doing it for humanity. To get back something humanity has foolishly lost. Slightly different light. And continue. If your decision is to stop looking, well, in that case, I suppose we no longer be colleagues. Our meetings would no longer happen because what would be the point? This isn't what I want, of course, let me be very clear about that, but it is the way things would have to be. Oh, I said, but working with you is one of the great pleasures of my life. I know, said the other, and of course I feel the same way. You're an ace. This isn't the first time you've told me that you want to stop the search for the knowledge. This isn't the first time I've explained why that's not the right course of action. Everything we've just said, we've said it all before. You see, the labyrinth plays tricks on the mind. It makes people forget things. I sat dumbfounded. How many times have we said it? I said at last. This is the third time, I said sympathetically. But I have an excellent memory, I protested. I remember every hall I have ever visited. There are 7,678 of them. You never forget anything about the lab. That is why your contribution to my work is so valuable, but you do forget other things. I did not know what to think. But one thing I could absolutely rely on. The other was honest. Noble and industrious. He would not lie. Why do you not forget? The other hesitated. I take Could I not take them too? No, that wouldn't work. Sorry. It's complicated. I'll explain it to you one day, but that's why it's so vital that I set our objectives and why we should stick to our search for the knowledge. Do you see? Yes, at least I was silent a moment. I need time to think, I said. Of course, said he. He patted me on the shoulder. We'll discuss it again on Tuesday. Without another word, at several points while the other was explaining it, and for some time afterwards, I experienced a feeling of panic. Could it really be the case that I have forgotten the whole conversation? When night fell, I listened to the songs of the stars and said, the world is each time it is inside. That's all I had to ask myself. Whose memory is it for? Mine or his? And then, in an instant, a solution presents itself. All I have to do is read through my journals and discover if there are any events recorded that I do not recall. This will certainly be something. I inscribed the letter straight on the paper and said to the first. Dear, although I cannot any longer regard the search for the great music knowledge as a legitimate scientific endeavor, I am determined that the correct course of action is to continue to help and gather any data required. It is not right to endorse something simply because I have lost confidence in my hypothesis. I hope that this is acceptable to you. Your friend. Entry for the 26th day of the 6th month in the year the other just came. This morning, the other was wearing a suit of dark charcoal and a black shirt. This, he said, I want you to promise me that if you ever see
Some forensic experts believe the voice files could become detached from named individuals. Recordings don't contain metadata, electronic fingerprints, so it's impossible to be sure when and where they were made. The overall processing will rely on the evidence that has been produced by the software, but the Home Office should continue to rely on it. There are questions then around the reliability of the data supplied by ETN. So we can review warning questions too about what the Home Office team about the reliability of the organization itself. We interviewed a whistleblower who used to work for ETN in the UK. I was involved to compliance. Richard Shuri joined ETN in 2012, just over a year before the phenomenon. He said his boss told him that some test center inspections was highly suspicious. They were often see people waiting outside the location, and when they saw him coming, would make sure that they inside the location, which you should see as a warning. On video filming has revealed evidence of physical properties sitting in the candidates. You can get to start, they found another kind of fraud. And there is no recommendation you have a box. That explains why numbers of so-called texts were high. Our whistleblower says he told forces initiated international arms, and some had sent to put forward factories and should be closed. But most were kept open, and fees from the exams kept rolling in. He said that the Home Office was not full. We had communication from arguments about the particular examination session that they were suspicious of. The responses that were quite vague. But we can reveal that within 18 months of our parallel, the Home Office was aware of the concerns about the scale of fraud in some test centres. Despite control around the evidence of remote testing and the Home Office being excellent data, the government continues to rely on UPS data that is stored against students. We know this because the Home Office used Richard Shuri as a witness in the immigration cases involved after our panorama. They had my technical story in the last but I what you might be showing is the Home Office knew that it was what the Home Office and that they didn't know more that the Home Office relied on the trainings in throughout the week. Now it's pretty clear that the Home Office was aware that the company making the decision was going down to work on Monday completely independent. The fallout from our previous investigation prompted a major inquiry by Anthony on the Public Account Committee. The current chair told us that new revelations will be investigated. Given what we have, we think the Home Office can no longer rely on the CBS data. The Home Office has stopped finding and decided to rely on the one question that troubled us is this. If students were suspected of cheating, why did the Home Office simply fix it under control conditions? Or the students take it given the term? Several other orders are approved. This is the question I keep asking. We're not doing it simpler and making cheaper. The Home Office to deal with very good solving problem. And instead, it's become very convoluted, shaping matter for so many people. Who have been also written from the intent. It was part of the hostile environment of important that we didn't put in the way and she was very focused on reducing net migration as almost any jobs. And basic British rules of justice were entirely overlooked. David Willis was the university minister when the panorama film was brought on in 2014. He said the government was right to clamp down, but had concerns about the third crackdown. The Home Office deals with the university with and there was a a year ago, the Home Secretary, British Bell, said she accepted some innocent report after a number of students she said she'll look at TOEIC again after the conclusion of the current TOEIC immigration case. It was very clear the answer we got from the Home Office is that it still does accept UPS data and fraud. In a statement, the Home Office told us it has been consistently found that it has had sufficient evidence to take action, and it said those accused have been able to appeal. Where some of its tests have been identified as having been taken by use of positive test data, they're able to challenge their confidence and the decision by the community in the tradition used for appeal, which is in the More than 410 people accused of stoic thought are now living in 21 years in the UK. Here in Brazil, trying to improve the system. The offering those accused a chance to sit a new test is the best way through outstanding disputes. It's like the old victim is like the way out. Not only to be a very expensive. We don't see yet that this review the reliability of evidence. It didn't directly respond, but their actions were promptly taken when it was made aware of serious allegations about UK tests in 2014. It said tests were conducted by third-party contractors, overseen by the UK office, and ETS shared our methodology and findings in the UK Home Office, adding that ETS was not involved in determining how such information was utilized by the Home Office in its subsequent actions. It said it would continue to improve its security measures. For many, the human fault has been huge. Remember Mary, whose home was raided. After living in limbo for years, he finally came. What I know is, I was very much on a regular man. For about 5 years after his birth, all of life said, but the Lord be the Lord, and the Lord of trouble, and the Bracken start of England. And to heal, the engineers who took the whole of it on in a 3-year digital time, only to find out that 11 points in his time. That's not only that was for years, but another. Get that. I bought some money. My brother passed away with the age I can not even go singing. We asked Theresa May to respond for her. She declined our request. Everyone has said we have made significant improvements to ensure large-scale abuse like this can never happen again. We have fixed the broken student visa system as it operated in 2014 and overhauled English language testing requirements. Because of the correct scandal happening today, students expect that schools will get a chance to prove their innocence. But I fancy some very victims of action trying to win compensation. If the Home Office is forced to accept the UK data and fraud, the implications will be huge. That's what I said. Let's look at some of our campaigns again with the time, and that means for a year, 3.5 responsibility. Everyone has 7 days responsible for questionnaires, a picture of 1 second hospital, the first 1 second visit, also 4 years. From the Telegraph, police contact 50 number 10 party orders, and the right-hand side is family face search prices for rising energy at peak time. How did I overdose the volume between the format again? And this is good in the US regulator to strengthen the children with the private fund, and then underneath the price of 50 pesos marks huge amounts in nuclear technology. My person Fraser is here tomorrow. I'm playing tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello. So sometimes come across the UK on a Thursday. We will all read on Thursday, and we've got some time. A difficult start to Thursday, though, for Scotland takes through an area of low pressure rolling through, bringing gale force winds and heavy down, wintry and not just on the hills, but this is blizzards for a time, and then Come the afternoon, the lowland down to the North Sea is much quieter, it's still pretty windy though, across the board, but there will be plenty of sunshine, and the island too. Temperature-wise, certainly lower than we've seen of late across southern England, innocent civilians. Some of the Hitler is making mistakes. Conditions were indescribable. Hitler really learned themselves. He was just like the Nazis. That's why they're very like that. I actually enjoyed Grayson's humor. It was we take that off, and I hear you more Grayson jokes. We are. Isn't it so funny to think about that? That's what really where we'll be. From me, really produced with an accent. But the name on BBC, I like that. There's a late on the scaffold set in 18th century. Frankly, we don't want that and don't have to put it down in the creations. I wanted to call them. Paris and August. And it's not, I think it was on my heart. I should make a point. That's correct. Pleasure. Why really to be good?
He was always unshakably prejudiced in favor of convent education. Now he's found the ideal candidate.
The seal on.
And
60,000 a year, but this will bring some small farm investing calculation.
none whatsoever. That's the priority. The guaranteed friendship.
I'm beginning to guess what it is guaranteed.
These are treasures because it's actually practice.
Well, no, I can't.
What? Why not?
She's in them. She found the children. She came back before the night of her life. Anyone who does that, I have my reputation. Yeah, one time, so
Of course we will.
I'm wrong. It's not wrong. uses and famous for straight long.
I think there's something degrading in that area of humiliating is there and common. There is mystery people there anyway.
I don't like the ancient way she done her services. I want her to believe in God and virtue. She didn't understand that.
All right then. Sometimes you succeed in the program. And I will also but I shall find proof. No, negotiable.
I don't suppose there's any possibility.
May I have fun?
I have an foreign reputation.
Yes, I shall be more than
Thank you.
that.
Actually, spent my life surrounded by more than I allowed myself to influence by them. Sometimes even taking pride in not shining.
And now?
No. But I must ask you to do that.
It is precisely at that moment of trust you have
I certainly think when she constantly strives to improve on herself.
I don't need to know my cousin, Madame de Rosh, is your Chevalier donkey, and Madame's donkey is too.
Sublime, fine.
This donkey is one of the rare exceptions to come to this interview. Young man, Henry's with everything. He's one of the finest musicians in business. Perhaps you should employ him.
How are we getting on with that hotel, man? Never do that, feeling boring. If I want to, I can see the look of my friend, I think it'll be more than one. You know what else to do in the country? Yeah. She won't do what I should do. You know, there's the things that I do not make them do what they want to do. I get to do what you want to do, and then something comes. I need to know what's fighting for about. Oh, I should like how to do that. Don't do it, just believe you went something in the moment. Then you have to follow it. So I'm great, so I'm not. must be a more efficient expenditure. Coming working into reading are in my own truck, and it's equally time. They go. I think I may be forced to first and on each day black now, 6 days and Friday. About 2 o'clock soon. I don't want to embarrass you. Will that give you enough time? I think so.
Is this true about Monsieur Arnold?
I don't believe I know anyone.
You may as well. My opinion may be passing from your relations.
I don't think you should pay too much attention to circumstances.
It is true.
I'm afraid you have to exaggerate how you both might be I need to give you instructions. I can tell you. Let me make a confession. I'm afraid the key to the house lies in certain time.
I guess it is something of a child.
Simply respond to strongly influenced mind. I promise myself just as looking where I know please help me. trust me when I say, people, your reputation, the genius, and other external protect. You know, and talk up and just in career, that's saying, just maybe we're doing
condition. Yeah.
So the additional age in base will prevent cancellation to decrease.
Yeah, but we don't need to do that at the moment. It's supposed to be one nurse and two medical. What comes next?
Well, they're asking all nursing staff to increase the extra shifts they do just to get the
I appreciate it. I need to know why. You said if I put in the hours to prepare it, I said I would consider it when you're ready. I said I didn't put much choice, Nikki. very convinced. Right, yes, right, that's okay. Oh, but they need to be very well. Thank you. Thank you. Massive, great section. Very sensitive. We're so worried about that. These are consequences. Actually, people are present. And without this, you have what? Maybe. Really? Okay, well, take a nice deep breath in. Breathe in and breathe out. You can never just go wandering. Just don't. Get back to work. Okay, how are you? don't know what it is. Apparently,
well, I think the first thing to make is that we will accept that not it's kind of Asian manipulation
that makes you starting. Or so your opinion, the risk of doing it, based on the principle of long period of time. Yeah. Right. And what would you say and you as education. You should bring that way more than that. It's a very direct instruction. Exactly sort of thing here. On the other side. Oh, again. Thank you.